Hello everyone, welcome to another Flight Sim stream. Today, finally getting down to the USA. It feels like forever to get here. But we're finally going from the Goose Bay in Canada down to Bangor International in Maine, USA. This is going to be the second to last flight from Maine. It's going to be a nice quick flight there down to Newark in New York. So here we are, we're sat on the tarmac at Goose Bay today. It's actually really nice weather for a change. Nice clear skies. Right, let's go through the paperwork. Have a look through that. So here we are. Here's the paperwork, as per usual. So we're going from Goose Bay to Bangor International in a DA62. 609 miles at flight level 200, about 3 hours and 40 minutes we're expecting. In terms of weather, the charts don't really give us that much because they only really cover Europe. So we can see there's nothing major showing in the way there. If we look at the grommet, pretty much what we expect. It's going to be pretty much clear, all the way to flight level 200, just a bit of high level cloud. Nothing too much to worry about. We don't go worry about icing particularly. I mean, it's going to be minus 35-ish by the time we're up there. Warming to minus 30. It's actually too cold for ice at that point. And then our descent down then down into Maine. Lovely and clear the whole way. Got a little bit of a headwind the whole way. Not by much. 25, 30 knots, something like that. Our weather. So the last update was an hour and a half ago. This chart here, the grommet. So basically, yeah, it's this pink. Oh, hang on a minute. There we go. This magenta line here. This is our actual flight path we're going to be taking. So if we look at the bottom, we've got our up the left hand side. You've got your flight levels, and along the bottom, you've got your times and your distances. So as we take off, all these green lines here, these are your temperature lines. So you've got minus 10 degrees, minus 20 degrees, minus 30, 40, 50, all the way up. So this just tells us where we can expect to cross the boundary for each 10 degrees of temperature. Obviously, pictures of clouds are kind of what you can expect to be in. And then basically these little vectors here give us the cloud cover. So the circle gives us the cloud cover in eighths. So here we can see it's completely clear. Completely clear here. Sort of maybe 3/4, so what's that? 6/8 cover there. And completely blocked off up there. And then these little green areas here, this is where you can expect sort of quite heavy icing to be picked up, because icing is a bit of a tricky one to forecast. Just because there's cloud and it's below 0 doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get icing. How well the game actually interprets this. The arrows, I'll be completely honest, I'm not 100% sure on the arrows. I don't really use these charts in real life, but they are very good on the sim. They are actually quite good to real life. We just don't get given these because our company won't pay for them to be made. There is, if you Google a grommet, GRAMET, there will be you'll no doubt find on there a lot more information than I can give you. I'm used to using these sort of charts, and on here these ones sort of show us. So again, the magenta line would show us our route. This only tends to give us Europe from the website I use. More than likely is wind direction, I would have thought, yeah. The black arrows, those ones give you your wind speed and rough direction. So the black ones, a long line is 10 knots, a short line is 5 knots. So we can see here, these are all 15 knots of wind, 25, going up to 45 there. But yeah, these tend to be the charts I use. These and CYYR charts, which it doesn't actually give us any on here. Which is why I'm having to use this, because it won't... But fortunately, it doesn't give us any sort of any significant weather charts. And again, how accurate the how accurate the sim actually uses this data, I don't know. You know. So, given the weather at each airport, we're gonna sort of need to know. Goose Bay, the last one was, let's say, an hour and a half ago. Winds just coming from the south at 3 knots, 15 miles of visibility, broken at 5,500, and it's a minus 13 degrees at the moment. The forecast. So between midday today and midday tomorrow, we can expect average wind of southerly wind from 5 knots, 6 miles of visibility, overcast at 6,000. There is a tempo. It's just temporary weather between today, between midday. This is all UTC time as well, so. So yeah. Basically, the SLP that you see, that's sea level pressure. It's a weird thing to do with. I think it's mainly to do with the American METARs. We don't. Again, you don't tend to get that on the European ones. So SLP 090, I imagine, is going to be a sea level pressure of what's that going to be? Probably 9,000, something like that. Roughly, which is 2978. So yeah, probably about 900 millibars or hectopascals. Are basically the same thing, isn't they? What's Crip in a box? But the Grommet wind arrow is the craft direction. The weather vane is the headwind direction in relation to the craft direction, with the wind speed in knots marked to 10 knots. Yes, that's what I was saying before. The black one, that gives you your longer line of 10 knots, your shorter one of 5 knots. Yeah, so the altimeter there is 2978. This is your pressure at sea level, which is 900 millibars. We've got as for the temporary weather, we can expect potentially 6 statutory miles of visibility with light snow. And then from there it goes on to later on tonight, which doesn't really affect us. In Bangor, latest one, 11:53. So what was that? About 40 minutes ago. Wind is sort of southwesterly at 3 knots. Basically nothing. 10 miles of visibility. Scattered at 4,400 feet. Overcast at 6,000 feet. Minus 2 degrees. We've got an altimeter setting of 3001. And the forecast, because I'm basically just looking at the sort of stuff that we actually are going to affect us, sort of specifically now, kind of thing. The forecast is actually calm winds, 6 miles of visibility, broken at 5,000, and that's from 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. So we're not particularly worried about that. We've got some airports which are on the way, which give us en route weather, but again, looking at the charts, look at the Grommet. There's nothing in there we particularly need to worry about massively. Plus, I found Flight Sim isn't great with live weather, so sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So potentially, it's going to be a nice clear day the whole way there. This is just showing us any NOTAMs that are en route, where roughly we expect them. And to actually read the NOTAMs, again, it's the same, so a lot of them don't really count. The only ones really we're worrying about are anything to do with snow. Aprons closed, things like that. There's nothing in there we need to worry about. A lot of it, especially at the moment, a lot of it's to do with COVID. We're pretending COVID doesn't exist in this sim. In terms of paperwork, that's basically it. There's not much else to it, to be honest. So what I'll do now is I'll flick it back over to the sim. And here we are, back on the tarmac in Goose Bay. So, we'll go through the checklist, start getting this set up. Let me just bring my checklist up. So, we can go through this. We basically just do the pre-flight check, that's completed. Baggage and tow bar, that's secured. The aux pumps, which are down here, those are both off. And the aux power switch, which is up here, that's off. Fuel selectors, those can both go on. Close the guards. Power levers, they're at idle. Parking brake set. The gear selector is down. The pitot heat's off. The avionic masters are off. Electronic masters off. Fuel pumps are both off. Engine masters are both off. Alternate static is closed. Alternators are both on. Anti-ice is all off. Light switches are all off. Circuit breakers are all in. The ELT is armed. Flap selector's up. And the electric master can go on. So the first thing we do now is we check the flight controls. So we go full forward, full back. Can't quite see the tail, but that's fine. Full left, full right, and then the rudders. Full left, back to centre, full right, back to centre. We check the flaps, make sure they go all the way down and all the way back up. Which they do. And we make sure our trims are neutral. We've got a little trim wheel here and set to neutral. Next is the de-ice enunciation test. So what we do, we come to here, we test the enunciations. The lights come on and we get de-ice pressure low, de-ice pressure high, and de-ice level low. Perfect. What we expect. Passengers are instructed. We haven't got any. Safety harnesses are fastened. Yeah, sure. All doors are closed. We've got no enunciations. Harness doors are open. G1000 is powered and acknowledged. We go to the fuel page. We check our fuel quantity. Should just be full today. Again, we're not going to use all of it, but it doesn't make any difference in terms of fuel burn having extra fuel on this because it's such a lightweight anyway. So and we've got the excess weight available. We'll just go full fuel. Fuel temperature is checked -15. A little bit low, but it's fine. It's still well within limits for Jet A1. Total time in service is noted at 31.9 hours. Look to the system page. Okay, so power levers are both idle. We've checked. Put the strobe light on. And let's get this engine started. Start with the left engine. Turn the master on. We get low oil pressure and the glow plug on. Check for any other alerts. Wait for the glow plug to go out. Hold the start button. Starter warning comes up. That starts, and we'll quick over to the engine page. Just check the oil pressure. That's within the green. It's a little high, but it's still well within the green. It's just because of the cold temperature today. Just going to have a quick check at chat. Message here, what we got from ZHB226N1. How many hours did you solo? So I soloed, I think it was about 14 hours was my 14 hours about my first solo. It was just a simple solo circuit. After that it was all just very quick, one after another. It's that initial first solo circuit. Once you've got that out of the way, it's only a handful of more hours until you do your solo nav. Okay, we'll start the second engine. Engine master on, low oil pressure, right glow plug on. Check for any other alerts. Okay, the glow plug's out. We start the engine. We can see it's running. We can see the oil pressure's risen. It's not in the red. It's idling quite nicely. Lovely. So, the after engine checklist then. Oil pressure is checked. RPM is 710 plus or minus 30. They're both on 720. Fuel selectors, we drop both down to crossfeed. So if we needed to use that in flight, we make sure it works and that the engines aren't just going to cut out. If they're going to cut out, rather do it on the ground. Back over to the system page, we check now that the pitot heat works. So we turn it on. We watch the amps increase and the warning go out. We turn it off again. Pitot heat off, warning, amps decreased. Let's turn the avionics master on. And the weather radar, if installed, can be checked. So all we do is just quickly go to map, turn on NextRad. It's not really going to pick anything up because there isn't that much around. In fact, it's lovely and clear everywhere. Which is probably more down to the fact that I think Flight Sim has messed up the weather slightly. Let's see if we can force it to reset the weather. In fact, it won't let me do it at all. Okay, well, this is the weather we've got. There should be snow on the ground, but looks like it's going to be a lovely, clear day the whole way there. Fortunately, this is just one of the things. It's still very early days with Flight Sim, and there is still the odd bug. This seems to be one of the major ones. Is live weather occasionally just doesn't kick in. If it doesn't, it's not the end of the world. It just means you've got clear day, light winds the whole way there. I mean, I'm not going to complain about that. It makes my life easier. It was a shame, though, because it would look nice with a bit of snow on the ground, but I'm sure we'll live. Let's have a look. Was it nervous? Yes, I was absolutely bricking it. I was like, obviously I'd never flown a plane before. I'd only done 14 hours in a plane at this point. How many circuits did you do to get your solo endorsements? I honestly can't remember. It felt like a lot, to be honest. I mean, those first 14 hours were nearly all just circuits. I'm not gonna lie, I struggled. At first, I very, very much struggled with circuits. And yeah, even when I did my solo, I'd basically just gone up with chief pilot, done a few circuits with him. Landed, and I was like, well, they've gone okay. They maybe weren't perfect, but they've gone okay. I can live with that. And he just turned to me and went, right, so do you want to go solo then? And I was like, what? Are you sure? And he's like, you don't have to if you don't want to. I was like, no, I'll do it. And yeah, I was absolutely terrified. So you sort of park up, he jumps out, shuts the door, and then that's it. You're on your own. It's quite nice though. Like, you know, you do your circuit, you land. It's the quickest circuit you'll ever do because you spend that much time worrying, and then you get up there and you're like, oh shit, okay, do this. Oh shit, it's back on the ground. You know, it takes a couple of minutes. But yeah, it's the most nervous I've ever been flying. It's weirdly quiet on your own. Right, let's get the FMS set up. There isn't too much to set up here. Flight Sim's already put the weather in for me. We can get the ATIS though, we can check the weather. This is where we'll see how accurate it is.
Visibility, tree. Sky condition, few clouds at 1,100 feet, few clouds at 4,000 feet, few clouds at 11,800 feet.
Beep, motherfucker!
Dew point, 10.
Fucking hell, it scared the shit out of me. Thank you for the follow though. That did scare the shit out of me. So we got a 2992 on the altimeter, and we got a wind of 248 at 5. That to me sounds like default weather in Flight Sim, but never mind. We'll get our clearance as well whilst we're here, because we can get this set up.
Night flight 1 is cleared to Bangor Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 26 climb and maintain 10,000 feet. Departure frequency is 120 decimal, force squawk tree 137.
Okay, Squawk 3137. So code 3137. And we're going to be climbing initially to 10,000 feet. So we'll set 10,000 feet in there. We'll get the GPS set up on there. Get ground on there, and then once we're ready for taxi, we'll get that set up. As terms of backups, what we'll do, I've got the Goose Bay set up here. We'll set 117.3 in the nav, which is the Yankee Yankee Romeo VOR. And what we'll also do as well, I'll set 110.3 as backup. So if for whatever reason we have to turn around and land, we've got the ILS in there ready. Let's have a look. Let's have a quick check of the chat. How many did you do alone? Like 1 or 2? Oh, I did. You did quite a few. So you do that first one on your own, and then you'll start your training to do your get ready for your solo nav. But what my instructor tended to do was I would go out, do a lesson as a navigation flight, and then we'd land. And we wouldn't taxi all the way back. We'd just taxi to basically there's like a little temporary apron at the airport I trained at. He'd get out, and then I'd go and do 1 or 2 circuits on my own to get used to it. What part of the circuit training did you struggle with? It was actually the landing is what I really struggled with. Yeah, it was the landings I struggled with. Everything else I was able to do okay. I struggled a little bit keeping level for a bit. But yeah, how many circuits did you do alone before you said congrats you soloed? Oh, literally just the one. You literally just take off, do 1 circuit, land, taxi back in, shut it down. Yeah, there's nothing special in there at all. Landing is tricky. Please tell me what part you struggle with and how did you overcome it? Just practice. What I struggled with, it was the airport I flew out of. You get quite a lot of crosswinds, and I found that I was too busy concentrating on the crosswind that I would usually like land quite hard. A lot of it came down to just I was pulling the power back way too early and over flaring. I mean, these little aircraft, it's not really a flare. It's not like a big, you're not flying a jet at the end of the day. You're not really flaring. Even if you land, you're just basically just trying to keep that nose wheel off the ground as you touch down. Right, let's get in the air. Quickly get in the air, and then I will go back to answering your questions. Only because otherwise we're going to be stuck on the tarmac all day. So we've got the FMS set up. The autopilot test, we literally turn it on, turn it off. That's all we can do in the sim. It doesn't really allow me to do anything else. Floodlights, we turn those on. Position lights, I will have those on. The fuel selectors now go back to on. The altimeters are both set 2992, and we'll keep them at that unless we get told otherwise. Transponder, we've got 3137. Temperatures are checked. If we go back, come on. Back to the engine page, we can see everything's in the green there, as it should be. Right, let's get our taxi clearance.
Goose Bay ground night flight 1 with Sierra ready to taxi IFR. Night flight 1 taxi, 2 and hold short of runway 26 via taxiway Alpha cross runway 34. Contact tower on 119.11 ready. Taxiing hold short runway 26 using taxiway Alpha cross runway 34 night flight 1.
Okay, so runway 6. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to set a heading of 256, which is the runway heading. Helps us just make sure we're on the correct runway. Okay, so we take the parking brake off. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn these switches on, which means I can use the fade control, which is part of this mod. Lovely, there's a fucking great big bus there. Nice of him to just be parked next to us. It's all clear around, though. Right, so how is everyone today anyway? In the chat. Everyone having a good day? And ZHB226M1. Yeah, with landings, what I found, I learnt. I mean, it didn't help as well. I didn't have the greatest instructor. I mean, I was his first ever student, which sort of gives you an idea of how shit he was. He'd only just passed himself, sort of thing. Yeah, basically. It wasn't until I actually went up with that chief pilot and I managed to nail the landings, and it's all about where you look. Obviously, you basically staring at the numbers, aren't you, on the way down? And what you want to do, as you cross the runway threshold, look at the end of the runway, because that opens up your peripheral vision, and then it gives you you'll find it much easier to judge how quickly you're coming down, and then you can just adjust the throttle slightly. Just to keep, just so you get that nice soft landing. And the same applies no matter what you're flying. That still applies now, flying a 737. Exactly the same. Stare at the numbers on the way down, and then once I cross the threshold, I say especially in the 737, it's easier because you've got the call outs. As soon as I hear 50 feet, I'm looking up. I'm looking right at the end of the runway, as far down the runway as I possibly can, and it opens up your peripheral vision. Nearly there. We have got to cross a runway. We've got to cross 3-4 to get there, which is this one. We have been cleared to cross. What we'll do, we'll have a quick look down the runway, make sure no one's on it. Quick look on the approach, make sure no one's coming down the approach. And we can go straight across. We've got the strobe lights on as well, to make it easier to be seen. Mrs. Ginger Squid, I've just been signed off for work for 2 weeks because of my anxiety, so feeling a bit blur. Oh, Squid, no, that's not good. Oh, I hope you feel better soon, though. You guys aim at the aim points and then touch down at the markers, don't you? Yeah, that's basically it. That's exactly it. Okay, so we're off 3-4. Flying it around to 2-6, which is just over there. So your aim point shouldn't move at all. No, that's just it. You're aiming at your aim point the whole time. The only time, let's say, it's only when you're at 50 feet, because at that point, if you've got it right, you're going to hit the aim. You're going to hit your touchdown point no matter what. So you can afford to just look straight up. Right, we don't seem to have, by the looks of it, a holding point for runway 26. Because that's the runway just there. So I'm going to hold off here for now. If it'll let me call ATC from here. No, it doesn't recognise that we're there yet. Alright, we'll carry on. Because it kind of comes back on myself here. I'm sure it said he doesn't like the aim point as numbers. I don't know why. Well, yeah, it depends. You see, because obviously you want to touch down about a third of the way down the runway is usually roughly where the touchdown zone is. Which tends to be just behind the numbers. As long as you're sort of looking at roughly the right area, you're not going to go too far wrong. Touchdown zone's quite a big area, to be honest. Especially as you're training as well. Oh, hang on a minute. We got a holding point here. We might actually have a holding point for this runway. Looks to me like there might be one up ahead. Yeah, especially if you're as you're training. Obviously, you know, they don't want to get you into bad habits. Looking at numbers is a bit of a little bit of a bad habit. There's no doubt about it. I'll be alright playing GTA with Jess. Oh, nice. I'll definitely join you guys later on. A bit of GTA after I've done this flight. Right, here we go. We have got a holding point. It's not the best modelled airport, this. So we'll hold here at the holding point. There we go. Now it's recognised we're here. Right. Let's get the old checklist back up. So, the before takeoff checklist, it wants us to put the parking brake on, which it is. Safety harnesses are fastened, adjustable barrels upright. Pilot and passenger doors are closed and locked. Enunciations out. Circuit breakers are all in. Elevator trim is neutral. Fuel selectors are on. Rudder trim, I'm going to leave neutral. Flaps to take off. Flight controls, pull forward, pull back, pull left, pull right. Rudders, centre, left, centre, right. And again, check the power levers are idle. Bring up the system page. Make sure everything's in the green. The biggest one here is the gearbox. That needs to be in the green before we can take off. Lovely. Right, let's get the ECU test out of the way. So the ECU test, as before, we hold ECU test A. We get the fail lights come up. The RPM increases. It feathers the prop a couple of times. And then it idles. Brings it all the way back down to idle. And then that's leveled out. And then the enunciations go out, which they have. Lovely. Do the same with the ECU-B. For the right engine. ECU failed. Feathers the prop a couple of times. And back to idle. And the enunciations are out. Lovely. Okay, the pitot heat I'm going to turn on. We have got a bit of cloud, and it's just worth keeping it on, to be honest, when you take off. Because as soon as you hit something, it's already on, it's ready. The pitos are hot. You're not going to have to worry about anything ice, you know, like any of the your instruments stop working because it's all iced over. The transponder, we'll set it to out now. Get the fuel pumps on. I'm going to leave the ice protection off. It's nice and clear. There's no reason for us to have it on. If there was snow on the ground like there's supposed to be, yeah, maybe we would, but never mind. Get the MFD back onto the engine page. And yeah, we're good to go. Let's get takeoff clearance.
Runway 26 ready for takeoff IFR to Bangor.
Night flight 1 cleared for takeoff runway 26.
Cleared for takeoff runway 26 night flight 1.
Okay, we are clear for takeoff. Away we go. So we'll get the landing light on. Here we are, runway 26. I can see the numbers say 26, and I can see our DI is going to be showing runway 26, and that aligns with our compass. Let's get it lined up perfectly. Right. Start me stopwatch. Full power. Away we go. So we're looking for around 76 knots for the rotation. There we are, there's our rotate speed. Gently pull back. And away we go. I'll leave the landing gear out just for now. Just because it's quite a long runway, so if we were to have a complete engine failure now, we've got enough runway we could touch back down. As we start to run out of runway though, which is about now, we can press the brakes, put the gear up. Wonderful. We're high enough now, we can start getting the flaps up. And we'll bring the power back to about 95%. And then we just contact ATC. She can wait. When it comes to flying, aviate, navigate, communicate. So, first things first, let's get the plane under control and flying where we want it. Make sure we're going the right way. And now that we've got time, we'll contact her. Getting gander center on.
Center night flight 1 is climbing through 1,500 feet for 10,000 feet.
Night flight 1 gander center. Continue as planned. Altimeter 29.902.
Lovely, there we go. 29902, which we've got set. There we are, all nice and stable. Get it trimmed out perfectly. Oh, let's get the autopilot on. Autopilot always goes a little bit weird in this aircraft when you first turn it on. Likes to go a little bit nuts. That's something obviously you'd want to probably get checked if it's a real aircraft. Why is it doing that? But we just keep an eye on it. Right, we're high enough now. We can turn the landing lights off. And we can turn the fuel pumps off. There we go. Right, I can get back to the chat now. You can break down the approach with detail. So when we went to round out flare with general aviation plane, so I can visualize it, chair flight in my head. During my oral cries, please and love God explain the compass errors, magnetic flux, north-south errors, and acceleration. Oh God, yeah, those things. It's been a lot. I'm not gonna lie. It's been a long time since I've had to worry about things like compass errors and that. Right, let's start with the approach. So obviously, doing your standard circuit as you're coming in, you want to be turning on to final about 600 feet. So as you're coming down on base, you know where you're going to turn. You want that turn to be around 600 feet above the airfield. From there, take your aiming point. You want to keep that in, I think it's believed the lower third of the windscreen, the windshield. Hold it there. Just hold it there all the way down. Your little general aviation planes, it's the other way around to jets. So it's throttle for height, pitch for speed. So it's the biggest thing you can do is you need to be stable. That is the absolute biggest tip I can give you. Is get yourself on path. If you've got pappies as well, you're in for a win. As long as you've got those 2 reds, 2 whites and pappies, it's the easiest thing you're ever going to do. So use your throttle to keep that 2 red, 2 whites and pitch and hold that approach speed. Get that absolutely bang on, get it all trimmed out. You should be able to just let go and it will still follow that descent all the way down. You do that, that is going to make your life 100 times easier. Fly it down, and then what you want to do, just keep following that aiming point down, all the way down. As soon as you cross over that runway threshold, stop looking at your aiming point, because at that point you're low enough that you're going to hit it no matter what. As long as you don't suddenly do anything crazy with the controls. Look up as far down the end of the runway as you possibly can. And then all you do is, from there, it's kind of hard to explain. So you'll cross the threshold about 50 feet. You want to hold it there, looking down the end of the runway, all the way down to about 20 feet. When you get down to about 20 feet, that's when you want to slowly, very slowly, just start to round out the flare. And so you want to basically start to round out, start to bring the throttle back all the way down to idle. And then obviously what will happen is, obviously as you bring the throttle down, the plane will want to pitch down to pick up the speed. Just hold it. And the idea is you want to be basically you want the throttles to be down to idle as you touch down. And you gotta remember, it's not about touching down as smooth as possible. So especially, obviously, general aviation, to get an absolutely smooth landing is near enough impossible. Like, you can do them, but it's such a light aircraft with not any sort of major bit of like suspension in there. It's gonna feel a bit rough anyway as you touch down. Even as you get up into your jets and stuff, the way on offload 737, the way Boeing teaches it is you want a firm landing. The idea is, especially on a big jet, is it compresses the tyres, which squeezes any sort of water, any crap out from underneath them to give you the best braking potential. Right, where are we at? Let's have a look. Well, what's next? We've got compass errors, magnetic flux. Yeah, I might even have to start looking. I might have to look that up myself. Problem is, obviously, you do a lot of these things. Right, we've got 1,000 feet to go. You do a lot of these things as you're learning to fly, and obviously you have to do these tests, and they ask you about all these questions. And honestly, once you've got your license, thank you G11Y for the follow. How are you doing today? Yeah, after you've passed your all your training and everything, you finish your training, you got your license. Honestly, you'll never ever do them again. It's crazy, but yeah, you'll never do them again. Right, so in the real aircraft, we know we're going to be going above 10,000 feet. Above 10,000 feet, we need to be on oxygen. So right now, we'd have the mask on. As we're approaching 10,000 feet, this little valve down here, which is our oxygen valve, will open that. This aircraft does have built-in oxygen tanks. We would have checked those well before we even got in the plane to make sure that they're full. Or enough that we can continue with the flight. Looks like we're levelling out here for a bit. He hasn't told us anything yet. I did request flight level 200, which is the maximum this aircraft can do. Let's bring the power back to about 90%. It's going to be a nice quick flight today. We're going to be full power most of the way. So compass errors, yeah, the acceleration. Let me bring this up. Right, let's have a look. Let's look through this together. So obviously, compass, you know, it works on magnetic fields. Obviously, magnetic north and true north, two very different areas. Magnetic north is roughly not far from where I am now, actually, somewhere over northern Canada at the moment. It moves around a lot. True north is obviously top of the world. So first of all, you've got the biggest error there is between your true north and you've got your magnetic variation. That's the difference between your true north and your magnetic north. Saw your post on Reddit. We'll stick around and enjoy the flying. Great, man. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you enjoy the flight. Hopefully I'll have some lovely scenery today, rather than just being over the ocean, which it's been for the last few flights. So obviously you've got your magnetic variation. Your magnetic variation obviously is that difference depending on where you are in the world, that variation changes. So obviously when you're planning your route and you draw a line from A to B, your chart will be based on true north, top of the world. And depending on how far north or south you are is definitely magnetic variation. And it'll be a couple of degrees east or west. Obviously, more north you are, more southern you are, that can change. And it will usually be, so your chart obviously only covers quite a small area of the world. So usually at the bottom of your chart, you'll have your true north facing up and your magnetic north to the west, and you'll have your magnetic variation lines across the chart. And you just, you apply those, so you'll work out your track from A to B. That'll give you your track true north, and then you'll apply your variation. That'll give you your magnetic track, and then obviously then you add your wind onto that, and that gives you your magnetic heading. And that's the heading that you fly in this aircraft now. Acceleration and deceleration errors. So acceleration, deceleration errors is to do, so basically you've got your compass just up here. This is obviously checked regularly. So obviously in the real aircraft you can adjust your DI to match with this. This is what you go off. And basically inside that is full of liquid, which just acts as dampening fluid. That stops it going everywhere. If you ever do fly an aircraft, I mean I've done it before now, flying an aircraft where that's been broken and no one's noticed, and because you don't notice it on the ground, and so there's no fluid in there, and my god, you try and fly a heading off that when you're in the air and it is bouncing around all over the place because obviously the aircraft's moving. So obviously you've got your fluid in there, you've got a weight in there as well. The weight. So I'm reading this as I go along actually, because it's been a long time since I've looked at it. The way it works is your north on your compass is heavier than the south part. That's how it keeps it level, basically. As you accelerate, obviously it's going to tip slightly because you've got that sort of. It's the same as if you think you accelerate very fast in a car, you'll get pinned towards your seat. If you slow very quickly, you go forward a bit. The same forces are applied to the compass. So if you're in the northern hemisphere, which is where I assume you are, as you accelerate, that force is going to cause that the compass to go north, and then as you decelerate, again the forward forces are going to force it to show more south than it actually is. It's been like I said, I appreciate my sort of explaining of this is terrible. I am fully aware it's terrible. I am the wrong guy to ask about this because I did my ACPL exams fucking years ago now, and I cannot remember a thing. I fully admit that. I don't use it every day. No one I know uses it every day, and so this is where you end up. Well, we got another message here from I'm going to try and pronounce your name, and I apologise if I say it wrong. Platitudinous gal. This is actually cool. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Like I said, I mean, I'll tell you what, actually. Let's change the view. Let's go to the outside view. Let's go to the outside view. We'll get some chill music on the go. Let's make this a nice chill. Oh my god, he started this again. Solo Rocket has started this again. How many poppadoms do you think you could eat in one sitting in a plane? Just call me gal, it's a mouthful. Well, it's nice to meet you, gal. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you enjoy the flight. I have got some chill music going. I'm not entirely sure whether you guys can hear it. It's very quiet at the moment, to be fair. Let me check my levels. Might be able to. We'll see. Maybe when it gets a slightly louder bit. Yeah, it's running quite a bit of music at the moment. Anyway, let's turn the music up slightly. That might be a bit louder for you. There we are, all leveled out. Now, she didn't seem to be climbing any higher. I asked for flight level 200 when I put the set up the flight. For some reason, it hasn't given me flight level 200. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to send her a quick message. I'm going to say, request flight level 200.
Night flight 1 climb and maintain 16,000 feet. Expect flight level 200.
Climb and maintain 16,000 feet. Expect flight level.
Right, 16,000 feet we've got set. We're going to go FLC mode, which is going to hold a speed for us. We're going to go to our cruise climb speed of around 96 knots, and we're going to set 95% power on the engines, which is very sensitive at the moment. So let's go 95% power. I'm going to hold it there. Well, okay, chat's gone a little bit crazy here. I've got to keep up with this. It's nice to learn about flying airplanes. Well, so I'm glad you're enjoying it. Crip in a box says, kind of at the moment very quiet. I think we've sorted that now. The problem is I might be too quiet now, but music's probably better sounding than I am. Is a burger a sandwich? Yes, a burger is a sandwich. Mrs. Ginger Squid, it's pretty. Yes, it is. It is very pretty. This is all Northern Calendar, Newfoundland. Solar Rocket, what is your dream plane to fly? You know what? I don't know. I'd love to fly. There's a lots of planes I'd love to fly. I'd love to fly, like you know, you sort of your biz jets, your Gulfstreams, things like that. You know, they fly a lot higher than these sort of aircraft. They've got a bloody good kit on them. Other than that, I'd love to have a go in your sort of, you know, in a fast jet. You know, your proper sort of military jets. I did, you know, I applied for the RAF when I was a kid. Well, so when I was a kid, I was 16, and I got in. Actually, I was in the RAF as an engineer. I was there but there was an issue. Basically, I'm not going to go into details, but there was an issue in my paperwork. And it turns out they turned around and said, really sorry, you can't come in. We found an issue with your paperwork, you can't join. I was like, oh shit, great, thanks for that. So I contacted the RAF, all dealt with, and they said, yeah, that's fine. I was applying for Welbeck College, which is it's like a defence sixth form for all the different, like for the Army, for the RAF, for the Navy. And I was applying to get into there, and it was just an amazing college. It was like incredible. Most of their students go off to Cambridge and Oxford and that afterwards. And yeah, I was up for that. I was going in there. They said, oh, sorry, really sorry, you'll have to reapply next year. So I did a year of sixth form at my local sixth form, applied, and they said, sorry, it's too late to apply. Maybe just look at joining the RAF when you finish sixth form. And I just never did. By that point, I was just like, you know what, I don't want to anymore. And I do regret it a little bit. You know, I'd love to fly fast jets, but at the end of the day, I'm still doing the job I love now. Yeah, my plan always was fly fast jets in the RAF for a little bit, and then leave and go fly 737 somewhere. And I've just skipped the RAF bit and gone straight for the 737s. RJ Parkey, see you in the chat. You've been smuggling weed in your butt. That is why, yeah, that's why they wouldn't let me join the RAF. I had been smuggling weed in my butt. What about a big old Russian beast, Antonov? See, yeah, those Antonovs, they are incredible. It's the same as like the A380. I'd love to fly an A380. And I'd love to fly an Antonov. The only thing with the Antonov is, fuck me, it's old. Oh. Flight level 200, it's already started to level out, so what we're going to have to do set 200 in there. It's already gone to out mode, which means it's going to level out at 16,000. So we go straight into FLC again. Bring that back to 96 knots. And let it climb. I'm also going to sync my heading. The sync button doesn't seem to work for some reason. You're supposed to click it and it syncs your heading with your current heading, but it's like 90 degrees off, so do it manually. So this aircraft's got FADEC, which means it will automatically adjust the fuel given how much air is coming into the engine. But obviously, as we climb higher, oh sorry, well flight level 200 as well. So we just make sure we've got 2992 set in the altitude in the altimeter, just because we climb to a flight levels, we want standard pressure. There's a little something I've probably put in there. I need to check myself. As we climb higher, though, no matter how much it leans the aircraft out, there's just not enough air to go full power. So we end up where we were set at 95%. I haven't touched the throttles. The FADEC will keep it at 95% as long as it can. As we get higher, it just starts to keep it at what its maximum is. Now we're going to go for a high-level cruise, high-speed cruise. So once we level off at flight level 200, I'm going to pull power back to about 75%. Which is the equivalent of holding about 90% at lower levels. What's up with the ETA counter in the top overlay? You know what? I don't know. It's just going nuts, isn't it? For some reason, it's got my ground speed as 0 knots. I'll tell you what I'll do. Let's close this down. What I'm going to do, I'm going to restart the overlay. Because I'm glad you pointed that out, because that was going nuts. Let me find the software for the overlay. We're going from there to there. Put those in. That should, hopefully, pop that up. That hopefully has fixed it. There we go. We've actually got a normal ground speed now. What about that uber super fast plane? Oh, Concorde. I actually, I know a guy, one of my old examiners, actually, back when I was doing, when I was learning to fly. The flight school I used, obviously they have to use CAA approved examiners, and there's only a handful of them around. And the one examiner they use, he's actually an ex-Concorde captain. And some of the stories he's got are incredible. I'll have to try and find out his name at some point, but yeah, he flew Concorde for British Airways. He's your very sort of your standard, what you expect an old British captain to be, you know, very well spoken. Yes, well, jolly good, jolly good. He's the story about him actually. Apparently, he was taken off out of New York. And they were just heading out over the ocean. Obviously, they go supersonic, and apparently, like it was kind of a known thing that when Concorde was speaking on the radio, everyone else was silent. You know, they had that sort of respect, and yeah, let me just bring that power back to 75. Right, there you go. Yeah, and he was coming out of New York, and the Americans, being Americans, didn't obviously respect that little bit of a unwritten rule, and they came over and they said, "Oh, Concorde, I see you up here. You know, what are you doing up here?" And he just turned around and went back to them. Mach 2, old boy, and then that was it, gone. Again, I know it's appreciated, a shit story. Oh, posture check. Thank you, Mr. Just I've just seen you redeemed your posture check. That's a good point, because my posture was shite. But you can't see because I haven't got the camera turned on, because I look like shit today. yeah, terrible story. I appreciate it's one of those. It's funny to some people and not to others. I found it quite funny. Let's go back outside. Fuck's sake, Solar. Right, okay, looks like we're hand flying it for a bit. This is where we see. This will be interesting actually. I want to see how well the autopilot's done. Done the trim. So let's turn the autopilot's off. As you can see, look, I've got full control over this now. So we're going to hand fly us for a bit. The only problem with me hand flying it is I can't do the nice outside views. So what are we doing at the moment then? What's our ground speed? 189 knots. That's not bad. 200 odd miles an hour.
Are you wearing your Sky Sailor's costume?
Fucking Sky Sailor's costume. No, I'm wearing t-shirt and jeans. You would have to tell me if that music's a bit loud though, because I can't actually, I can't hear it, so. Yeah, so if anyone's interested, what Pesto just did there is if you you can use the text to speech if you like. You can send a bit, and yeah, there's a full. We've got text to speech enabled on this server now, on this stream. It's taking us a little bit off course, so I'm just gonna. Problem is, at this altitude, I'm trying to be very, very gentle with the controls because we are at the maximum altitude this thing can do. And as we can tell, the weather has definitely fucked up. It's definitely not live weather because this entire way up, we've had a 3-knot headwind. Which is why it makes sense for us to be as high as possible, basically, because we it's a good level. Good. Fly faster. I can't. This is it. This is about as fast as this thing will go. The engines don't have much in them, and maybe another 3%. But then the issue is, then I'm running the engines can only run for about 5 minutes at full power. Where can you see your speed? So, on my, if you look at my PFD here, my primary flight display, right hand side is my altitude, so what's that, 19,990 feet, and left hand side is my indicated airspeed. So this is the speed of the air going over my wings, which is 141 knots. Obviously, we're at 20,000 feet, the air's a lot thinner, so obviously that reading's not entirely correct. So you have what's called your true airspeed. Now the aircraft works this out automatically. You can work this out if you've got a flight computer, which is like a little plastic wheel that you spin around if you're doing your pilot exams. It's the best way to put it, I suppose, pilot exams. And that will show you can use that to work out your true airspeed. So our true airspeed is 192 knots. So from there, obviously, the one after that is your ground speed, so that doesn't take into account the wind. So we take our true airspeed, we've got a 3-knot headwind, sort of 2 3-knot headwinds, because it's just coming from just off the left, so it's not a full 3 knots on the nose. And we apply that, and that will then give us our ground speed, which the GPS works out for us, because obviously it uses our GPS speed along the ground, and that's over here. So I'm trying to fly and direct at the same time, hand fly and direct at the same time here. And that's over on the top left of the GPS over here, which is 190 knots at the moment. God, my controls are still... Again, every stream I sit here saying, oh god, my controls are so sensitive, and I still haven't done anything about it. Which is why we're a little bit bouncy. There it is. Put the autopilot back on as well. And the other thing that I will do, see if this will work. If I bring up the VFR map and put it in the bottom right corner, you guys can't see. Oh, you can see that. Lovely. If I put the VFR map up, you can kind of see roughly where we are as well, which kind of helps, I suppose. Oh yes, I completely forgot about that. Grip in a box, about the throttle and joystick and everything. I tell you what, that's, yeah. I need to get myself an actual joystick because I'm using a proper flight yoke, which obviously works when I'm flying a 737 on stream, for instance. But flying something like this, if I want full realism, I need a stick between my legs. Or if I'm flying the Airbus, a stick on the just on the side, sort of thing. We need to get on call and build, design your joystick and external commands. Yeah, we'll have to sort that at some point. Right, should we go for an outside? I'll tell you what, let's have a look. Should we have a look what showcase views we've got? Let's have a look at what fixed views we've got. Let's get a nice one, shall we? I think just that one. That's quite a cool camera view. Yeah, that'd be a good stream, that would. Rip, I'm happy with that. Right, so we're heading now down to our first waypoint, which is Fraser. So, I'm just going to have a quick look at the paperwork, and I'll let you know. At Fraser, we need a minimum of 39.1 gallons of fuel left. So at Fraser, we'll have 477 miles remaining. We need a minimum of 39.1 gallons of fuel. The wind is supposed to be 287 at 17. Clearly it's not, because Flight Sim's fucked up. But that's not the end of the world, because we can still... You know, the benefit is there's no clouds, so we get better views. And we'll get there a little bit quicker, because we've got less headwind. In fact, the ETA, 1622, that's not bad. So let's have a look. Where are we at the moment? Somewhere over the middle of northern Canada. Well, not even northern Canada. We're somewhere over Canada. There's not really anything around. There's not much I can, not much information I can give you from here. Let me see if I can try and get a little bit of information on where we are. There is literally nothing. I'm trying to find a bit of information about where we are. See if I can give you any sort of like, and over on your left is this, and over on your right is this. But there's nothing. There's absolutely nothing. This bit of Canada is just basically wilderness. Also, for anyone here in the any of the viewers here out in the in the stream who have, we'll get there eventually, who have flight sim, feel free to come join me. You can see where I am. I'm on live. You're more than welcome to come and join me for the flight.
135.1.
Gander on 13545. Right, let's go on to Gander.
Gander Center night flight 1 flight level 200.
Night flight 100 center. Continue to Southern as planned.
Lovely. Continue as planned. That's what we expected. So, a little bit of info about this aircraft. This is a Diamond DA62, built in Austria. They're great aircrafts, to be honest. A lot of flight schools use the DA42, which is the 4-seater version of this. This is the 7-seater version. It's got 280 horsepower engines with constant speed props, which means you can adjust the props. So it does it automatically. The props can adjust. So, for instance, if we had the biggest one there is, say, if we had an engine failure, it can feather the props, which means it turns the props into the 90 degrees to the wind, so it's the least amount of drag. Also means you can have adjust them during the fly-in. So obviously you want them sort of straight on into the wind if you want for better acceleration, and then for a higher top speed they can adjust slightly. Uses Jet A1, well, it's actually diesel engines. They're based on a Mercedes A-Class diesel engine. So obviously it runs on Jet A1, which is much cheaper and much easier to get hold of than avgas, which is what most of your sort of general aviation aircrafts use. Tops out at 20,000 feet, which is where we are now. Obviously, you could go higher. It's only certified 20,000 feet. It has got oxygen on board as well, which is quite good. So it's just a matter of, obviously you'd have to wear a mask, but you put a mask on, got oxygen tank built in. It's got it's certified flight into known icing. It's got full de-icing on it. It's a bloody good aircraft, to be fair. I mean, they're expensive. I mean, they're made out of carbon fibre as well. They are very expensive, but my god, they're good. This is what, if I was to win the lottery one day, this is what I would buy. Even the max takeoff weight's pretty good. I mean, I think max takeoff weight's it's over 2 ton. It's about 2.3 ton. Obviously, a lot of the European ones, if you buy them in Europe, a lot of them will say a max takeoff weight of 1999 kilos. That's just because it's been recertified to that, just purely because of Eurocontrol fees. So in Europe, because in the US and that, a lot of the airspace and obviously like airspace and ATC and everything is all government owned, whereas in Europe it's all privately owned. So in Europe, anything over 2 tons and above, you have to pay to use the airways. So if you have to pay what's called Eurocontrol fees, so they get around this by, if this is certified, even though it can take off with 2.3 tons, it's certified to 1,999 kilos. You get around that fee, which for most people is fine. I mean, if you're not taking full fuel, I mean, obviously, with full fuel, you're limited probably to like 2, maybe 3 people at most. Probably more likely 2 though. But you don't need full fuel. I mean, you've seen with these flights here. I mean, this flight, I think we could have got away with 50 gallons which would have saved us quite a bit. So if you're just doing short hops, say from the UK to France, which is a nice, nice normal one, you're going down to France for a bit of lunch. Yeah, you could have 7 people. You could fill 7 seats in this if you took minimum fuel. It's also got very short takeoff and landing roll as well, which means it's perfect for even just landing in like grass strips and that. Oh, I'm not far now to the first checkpoint, first waypoint. I've been playing too much Grand Theft Auto. Everything's a fucking checkpoint. So I had a bit of confusion with this flight. I was trying to, I had to sit and work it out because we could have done down to Newark on one tank, but it would have been a long stream. We're talking at least 6 hours, and that's flying on economy as well, like having the throttles back at 60%. And so I was trying to work out, like, this is why I've ended up going for doing it in 2 flights. Plus, 2 flights, 2 streams. Mo streams, mo money. Gal, you've got to go for it for now, but try and leave a lurk on. Have a good stream. Thank you. Thank you, Gal. Thank you for coming. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Have a good day. It's quite chill music, isn't it? I've managed to get it now so I can actually hear the music. Right, let's bring up. Let's go back to the cockpit view. How far away from Fraser are we? 21 miles. Well, that's not too bad, is it? We're doing 190 knots. We've got 156 minutes left. So we've got, what, less than 3 hours. Less than 3 hours until we touch down in Bangor, which I definitely didn't go just for the name. Cheers now, obviously, with Bangor in Wales, the place where it gets brought up, I think, at every single wedding I've ever been to, with that same really crap joke, which everybody's heard a million times. It's just a crazy, like, vast wilderness, isn't it, this? There's just absolutely nothing for miles and miles and miles. Still, there's no doubt this is better than looking at oceans or clouds for, what, 3-4 hours. Plus, as we start going down to the US, there will be a little bit more to see as we get further down into the US. I mean, how far can we see? So quite, you know, sort of in the distance on our right over there is Labrador City. Be over there somewhere-ish. And then, as we head down to the coast, which is down here, on the right-hand side, we'll have the town of Sept... Oh, excuse my French here, because I cannot pronounce it. Sept-Îles? Sept-Îles? Assume that's what it's called? Sept-Îles? That wasn't racist, was it? It's still stunning scenery, even despite the fact there is absolutely nothing here. It's still pretty stunning. Right, we are coming up on Fraser, our first waypoint where we can do a quick fuel check. Well, we got 3 miles, we're basically there. So what we do, obviously this is showing us down here that we've got, what's that, about 18 in each, so that's 36 gallons. Which on the surface looks like, oh shit, hang on a minute, because we needed, what did I say we needed a minimum? A 39.1. But obviously, that's just what's in our main tanks. If we go to engine and fuel, don't forget we've also got 8 gallons in each of our aux tanks as well. So we're actually, on board, we've got a total of 72.9. We've got plenty of fuel left. We have got enough fuel, like I said, we can carry them all the way to Newark, but I just don't fancy doing that today. I haven't got the time for that. Crip in a Box has got a stream later. I don't think he'll appreciate me spending the entire day flying down to New York. Let's have a look. What's next on here? Can I zoom out any more than that? No. How's everybody doing anyway? In chat. Feel free to leave a message. Let me know how you're going. Let me know how your day's going. Got any questions as well? Feel free to put them in chat. I'll try and answer what I can anyway. Pesto, I'm still here, boy, just on a call. Nah, man, that's fine. Glad to know you're still here. Hope you're all enjoying the stream. Appreciate it's a bit quiet from me. Genuinely try to find anything to talk about where we are or anything like that, but what can I say? We're over Canada. There's nothing around. Lots of empty land. Contact Montreal, right.
Montreal Center, night flight 1, flight level 200. Night flight 1, Montreal Center, continuous plan.
Continue as planned. Perfect. It's what we expect. Right, that should be back. I don't know what happened there, guys. Sorry about that. But we should be back up and running now. Everything back to normal. We'll pretend that didn't happen, yeah? There we go. Hopefully that's given us now a slightly better map as well to look at. We're still going, we're still flying. We have a map now. Not that it helped much, because I still can't really tell you where we are, but well, I can, but there's not much to tell you about where we are. We are coming up to the coast though. So we're nearly now. We're just coming up to the coast here of the Gulf of St. Lawrence, which is where all the national, the big lakes in North America, they all feed into this, which is where they then go out into the Atlantic Ocean. And then just off in the distance there, you can kind of see that sort of big island. That is apparently the Isle de Anticosti. I have probably butchered that pronunciation, so I apologise, but so that's like a big national park in Canada. Not too far now though, about 2 hours and we'll be there. So you can sit back, enjoy the chill music, enjoy the nice views. Oh, the map's disappeared. Sorry about that. I somehow managed to flick it over to paperwork. As you can tell, I have no idea what I'm doing when it comes to streaming. I can fly a plane, I can't do a stream. We may even be able to see, hopefully, there is that little airport down there somewhere. Doesn't look like we're going to be able to see it though. Let me have a look. Let's have a look. So we'll go proper VFR here. So the airport, you've got the two sort of sticky out bits with the island in the middle. There's that island, there's that. So the airport that we're going past, which is airport, okay, I'm going to really get this one wrong. Aéroport de Havre-Saint-Pierre. I do not speak French in any way whatsoever. In fact, I failed French in school. Ended up taking German instead. Oh, I can't quite see it. Never mind. Look, more ocean. It's just what we want. Oh, it's a lake, actually. But even still, look, more water. That's what this stream needed, was more water. So down there is the small town of Mingan. Appreciate it hasn't loaded in particularly well, but there is a small town of Mingan. There, M-I-N-G-A-N. Our next waypoint of Gonex. It's 161 miles away. Keep an eye on the fuel. Have a quick check in. So we've just dropped below 15 gallons in each tank now. So what we'll do is we'll turn on the aux pumps. We should have the warning come up here. Left aux pump on, right aux pump on. We make sure there's no more alerts. Perfect. And then what we do now is we leave those on, and that will transfer fuel from the auxiliary tanks into the main tank, and we just hold them on now to their full, and then we turn them back off again. For anyone interested, this isn't quite the default DA62 in the game. I am using the DA62X mod. Adds a lot more features, sorts a lot of issues out. The biggest one being with the engines. The standard one in the game basically has, for some reason, halved the power of the engines. So rather than having 180 horsepower per engine, we have 180 horsepower in total, which means when you're at 50%, what it says is 50% power, you're actually at about 25%, and it completely fucks everything up. So that's been fixed. We've got full FADEC, which is like explained earlier. It will automatically adjust the fuel into the engines depending on the amount of air coming in. And just lots of other little features. The de-icing. It works now. Actually does something, rather than just turning it on and just going, well, that doesn't really do anything. And it's not unlimited. You do actually have to keep an eye on that. Things like the fuel it used, like the amount of fuel it uses per hour, the fuel burn, that's now correct. It was much higher on the default one. That mixed with the working title G1000 mod, which has given us like the extra pages in the G1000 and stuff like there, the fuel page and the system page and stuff. It makes this, it's getting close now to being as realistic as possible. So we're just coming up now on that big national park that I said about. Let's have a look. What was it called? I can't remember what it was called already. The Anticosti National Park. Again, I can't pronounce it, but Anticosti, however you pronounce that in French. Let's have a look. Let's find out a bit of information about it. A provincial park in Quebec, Canada. 572 square kilometres. That's a big old island. I will say, for anyone interested, search Anticosti National Park. I'll tell you what, it's fucking beautiful. I want to go there. I might go there one day now, I've just decided. Whenever we're actually allowed out of our houses again, I want to go there.
DA62 you are 21 miles east. Descend and maintain 2,200 feet. Expect vectors visual runway 29er approach. Descend and maintain 2,200 feet. Expect vectors visual runway 29er approach. Generic 629er.
There we go, that's a nice view, isn't it? Let's leave it there. Leave it on that view. So what's everybody up to today then? Anybody doing anything interesting? Well, as interesting as you can get during a lockdown. Anybody else particularly bored of looking at the same four walls all day? It's got to be done though. It's got to be done. Grip in a box, you were sorting out foods. How is your foods? What have you got yourself? Anything nice? I've still actually got to make myself some food yet. I ain't got any lunch yet. Or breakfast actually. Although I was a bit lazy this morning, not gonna lie. Oh, Flight Sim Track is now hosting my stream with 1 viewer. Well, thank you very much, Flight Sim Track. I'm not entirely sure what that is, but thank you very much. Sounds like a bot. I'm guessing it's some sort of bot. Right, I can see land ahead. Hopefully that's going to start bringing us into a bit of civilization. Because to be honest, since we left Iceland, there hasn't really... Since we left Scotland, to be fair, I mean, there was a little bit in Iceland, but there's not much, is there? Where's this bringing us over? Rimouski, Edmondson, Sugarloaf Park. Nice chill flight. Slowly heading towards the land again. Down toward Edmundston in Canada. Across the border and then down to Bangor. Hope everyone's having a good day. Ginger Squid, not too bad of a day. Good, good. You feeling any better? I know you were feeling a bit shit earlier. Turkey Twizzlers. Oh, I am jealous. I've had turkey Twizzlers in years. Bloody Jamie Oliver. Oh, that's good. At least you're feeling a little bit better. About to do some races. I'll definitely come and join you in a bit once I finish this. Some GTA, motherfucker! Everyone loves a bit of GTA, right? I mean, we're not too far off now. How long have we got left? Hour and 40 minutes. This is not very bad, is it? Let's have a quick look inside. Let's see how we're doing in terms of fuel and whatnot. So the tanks are pretty much full. We can turn the aux pumps off now. Enunciations have gone out. 102 miles till we get, well, about 101 miles now until we get to Gonex. Gonex, which is our next waypoint. Let's increase the map zoom a bit, shall we? Still only got that 3 knot headwind, so the weather is still a little bit fucked. Unfortunately, I can't even reset it from up here because I'm in live mode. You're a bit quiet. Let's see if I can change that a little bit. Let's move my mic a little bit closer to my face. There we go. Is that a bit better? Should be able to hear me slightly better now. Let's get that heading synchronized. Minus 19 outside. Oof, chilly. Quick check on the instruments. Our oil temperature's good, the oil pressure's good, coolant temperature's good, fuel temp's in the green. Everything's good. Everything's working well. Much better. Good, good. I'm glad you can hear me now. What a lovely chill flight this is. Let's have a look around, shall we? Where are we? Should have the town of Murdochville. Over on the right, over there. The game's not great at loading imagery in, to be fair, at this altitude. Plus, I don't think there is that greater imagery around here. Which probably doesn't help. It's nice to have a little look around every now and then, though, isn't it? See where we are. Hey, what? These national parks are fucking huge. Hope everyone's enjoying the stream. Nice to just sort of chill and relax. Bit of music to listen to. It is rather chill, isn't it? Rather trill? Rather chill, isn't it, Crip in a Box? I think I spent like the first half of this stream just talking non-stop, so gonna look for a bit as you've got some recording to do on 3D printing, motherboards, pre-any work. I'll do on it later during the stream. Fair enough, man. Go have fun. Mm-hmm. See, we have a few more viewers. Leave a message, let me know how you're getting on. Slowly getting there now. We're over the halfway mark. In fact, there's only an hour and 20 minutes left, and we'll be there. An hour and a half-ish. It's not too bad. Again, if you have flight sim, you're more than welcome to join me on the flight. Do a bit of a formation flight down to Bangor. Why Bangor? Mainly because that's one of the only ones I have charts for. So what happens when you fly for an airline which doesn't fly to the States, you have very little US and Canadian charts. The airline I fly for, I think, does one flight to, well, I say one flight, it does more than one flight, but it flies, it does shopping trips to New York in the winter, like around Christmas time, and that's about it. Which is the reason I have like a handful of charts. Heading off for a nap, but keep the stream on. Go enjoy your nap. Don't have too long, otherwise you'll have that, like, you know, that really grotty thing. You wake up and you've had a nap and it's been like an hour or two, and you wake up and you're like, oh, it takes you like a good like hour, half an hour to an hour to like just sort of get back into it, get back into the world. Hate that. But yeah, so I've got like a handful of US and Canadian charts. Obviously, it's sort of the airfields that get flown over on the way there, in case, you know, we had to do a diversion or something. It's the reason we're going into Newark as well, because again, Newark is the one they fly into. Try not to, you know, make it too obvious who I fly for. Probably shouldn't mention it on stream. But it's also not particularly difficult to work out. Oh, contact Montreal Centre, right, let's get that done. Let's give them a call. continue as planned. That's what we expect to hear. And welcome to the reality of what flying is like. Spectacular views, but not much to do. We're about to cross the Gulf of St. Lawrence again, just down here. I'm going to cross over a town of New Richmond, and then from there we're going between the cities of Campbellton and Bathurst. Bathurst, Canada, not Australia. If it's Bathurst, Australia, we've gone horribly wrong. And more importantly, that's impressive that we've gone from Canada to Australia in an hour and 59 minutes. There's some beautiful views. Fortunately, like I said, I just wish there was more I could talk about whilst we're here, but there's just nothing around in Canada, apparently. Over this side of Canada. I'm sure if there's any Canadians on watching the stream, I'm sure you have lots to do in your country, and I'm sure over in the major cities there's lots, but where we are now, there is fuck all. We're over the big national parks, which are stunning, and I genuinely didn't realise how big national parks are in the US and Canada. They are fucking massive. Like, what have we got in this country? Dartmoor? That's not even, we don't really have, do we have national parks? We don't really have anything like that, do we? We've got places like Dartmoor and the New Forest and all that, but... And they're big, don't get me wrong. They're big for this country, but my god, these things are fucking massive. I would love to visit these places one day. I keep trying to push my partner for us to go like, on holiday somewhere like this and do something a bit different, but she's very much, no, it's got to be a beach holiday. I don't think even I could swing, like, try to swing a beach holiday in Canada. Supposedly I've got family out in Canada though. Suppose I could use that. Don't know where. Over the French side. I know I've got cousins that have gone and seen them and stuff, but I've got to be honest, I know nothing about that part of my family, so... We're just up here cruising in the DA62, flight level 200. Still doing about 190 knots. I did try, to anyone who wasn't here earlier, I did try to put live weather on. I don't know what happened. Live weather just sort of stopped working. And unfortunately, because I've got, I can't sort of change it to something else and then change it back, because unfortunately, I set it to live players, so I can't change the weather from within the game. Bit of an oversight there. But on the plus side, we do get, by having it set, like having it for some reason defaulted to clear weather, we do get some pretty stunning views. Hopefully for the last leg down to Newark, we'll get the live weather working again. Annoyingly, it was working when I set it up, actually. I set it all up before the stream, and I had to make a quick change to the route. So I backed out into the main menu, jumped back in again, start the stream, and yeah, it just stopped. Because I know when I did it the first time, we had there was snow at the airport and everything. It looked beautiful, and then obviously come back in and it's all green. Plus side is it does make the flight a little bit shorter, so we've got slightly less of a headwind. In reality, we'd have about 17 knot headwind at the moment. We've got 2/3 at the moment. Let's have a look. Should we see if we can get a little bit of information about where we are? The Gulf of St. Lawrence. Let's have a look. The Gulf of St. Lawrence, then, is the outlet of the North American Great Lakes via the St. Lawrence River into the Atlantic Ocean. Now we know. Moncton Centre. Fair enough. Looks like we're moving over slowly. Is that Canadian or is that American yet? I'm sure someone out there knows this part of the world much better than I do. Continue to go next, which is what we're doing. As I showed earlier, even down to reading the bloody meta in this part of the world, it's just so different to Europe. I don't know why. Why does it need to be different? Your bloody inches of mercury and all that crap. Got your inches of mercury in there, and you've got your sea level pressure. No need. No need, America. I'm sure you'll all be very excited to know as well, I have actually sorted out my channel points as well now. So instead of channel points, we have air miles. So the more you watch, the more air miles you get. I finally worked out how to do that. So let's have a look. Where are we? So where the river comes in over there, I think you can all see my mouse. That is Bathurst. And then if I switch now to the external camera so I can move it around. On the right, over there, side of it, just sort of side, we've got the city of Campbellton. So we've all going down, smack down the middle of there. Past Sugarloaf Park. If RJ Parky's still in the chat, I'm sure he'll appreciate Sugarloaf Park. So we've got a little airfield down there. What's that one? See if I can have a look. See if I can find it. That is Charlo Airport, fair enough. It's a beautiful part of the world. I know I keep saying it, but it really is. Despite the fact there's fuck all here, it is a beautiful part of the world. Although, being that you are so far from anywhere, I wouldn't, you know, this road down here, for instance, it's not where you want to break down, is it? If you were driving along that one day and you broke down, it's going to take a fucking long time for someone to get to you. Let's see if we go back into Showcase. Let's see if we can get a slightly better view somewhere. Let's go look over that side instead for a bit, shall we? There we go. How's that view? You can even see the curvature of the Earth. Pesto Hardinio with his... what are those? Brown gnome. Fair enough. Oh, they're thingies. Ray's emotes. Nice. I'm liking them, mate. They're awesome. I still need to actually sort some emotes out. Yeah, I haven't actually made any for my my subs. Maybe that's what I should do later. Well, actually, I keep saying I'm going to do it. I will actually get around to making some emotes for my subscribers.
Beep, beep, motherfucker!
Thank you. Is that Flame2202? Thank you for the follow. I subscribe if you take a dive. Think about it. I think ATC might have something to say if we suddenly just took a dive. Although, saying that, you ain't seen my landings yet. You might still get your dive. How's everyone doing anyway? How are you doing, Flame? Well, Is it flame? Flamme? Flamme? I don't know about you guys, I'm just sort of sat chilling to this music. It's alright, isn't it? Some royalty-free lo-fi beats. How far we got till go next? Let's have a look. There's a chance we've already passed it and I've completely missed it, but we'll ignore that bit. Yeah. Wasn't that far ago. So if I just bring up the paperwork in the bottom right corner, I don't know whether you guys will be able to read it particularly well. I'll try zooming right in on it. So at go next, see there, 220 miles left to go, and we need a minimum of 18.2 gallons of fuel. So let's flick back in. Because, I mean, yeah, alright, we're past go next, but I mean, I'm fairly confident we've still got well more than the required fuel. Let's have a look. Gallons remaining, 49.3. We got plenty of fuel left. Which is, to be fair, what we expect, because obviously we took off with full tanks. We didn't need full tanks. It's nice to have the backup though, isn't it? So we're doing 191 knots at the moment along the ground. What's that going to be? A little under 220 miles an hour. That's not terrible. 54 minutes to go. It's not too far now. Have a quick check though, whilst we're here. Let's bring up the engine page, just make sure T's and P's are all in the green. We're sitting at 75% power. All pressures in the green. Coolant temperatures in the green. Fuel temps are actually well into the green. They're starting to come up a little bit now. And our main tanks are fine. Once that drops below 15 gallons in each tank again, I'll whack the aux pumps on. And run them till they're empty, to be honest now. Moncton Centre, right, let's give him a call.
124.3 for night flight 1.
I should really have a go on VATSIM at some point with this, but...
Flight 1, flight level 200. Night flight 1, Moncton Center, continue to launch as planned.
Right, there we go. lost connection there apparently for a second. I don't know what that was all about. You never know, that might improve the weather. Hopefully the weather might come back. Also, I'm not entirely sure what the ETA is doing again with the overlay. So if we have a quick look inside... Yeah, look, we've still got that 3-knot headwind. 42 minutes. 42 minutes. It's not going to take us over an hour. You know what I mean? Like, let's do it again. Let's restart the overlay. Yeah, this overlay, I have to be honest, I'm not very impressed with it. It seems to be fucking up quite a lot. There we go, that's a more accurate ETA. That was basically what it was saying originally. Why it keeps deciding to change, I'll never ever know. But you know what? It's there. 42 minutes to go. Let's have a look. We've got 86 miles to Louds. And then if we look at the paperwork, we can see exactly how far we've got from Louds. Louds to Bangor, 45 miles. So that's what, 120-ish miles, 130 miles. I'll tell you what we can do as well. It's unlikely we can pick it up yet, what I haven't done. Put the map back. There we go, let's put the map back up there. Let's have a look. It's done it again. Keeps dropping connection, which is really odd. Let's put in the frequency for the ATIS at Bangor, 127.75. We'll put that in COM2. There we go. And then what we'll do is we'll come down here, and we've got COM1, and we're listening to COM2. We don't need to listen to COM3. We haven't got COM3. So we're speaking on COM1, but we've got COM1 and COM2 active on listening for listening. It's a cool little system, this. So it actually records each message that goes through the radio. And in the real plane, I don't know if it'll work in this. You can hit that button there, and it will play the last thing that came through. And each time you press it, it goes back like to the one before. So if you miss a call, you can just go click. Oh yeah, okay, that's what it was. I didn't think it would work in here, but you never know. I mean, this is a bloody good mod, so you can never tell. Let's go back to that pretty view, hey? It's stunning, isn't it, that? The ATA's holding a bit better now, though, isn't it, really? Looking a little bit more accurate. So we're not far from the border. We're not far from crossing over into the US. Which I assume is probably that louder point. Maybe? Louder or Louds or whatever it was. How far we got to Louds? 69. Nice. Yeah, so I would imagine that Louds point is the border between the US and Canada. Let's have a look outside. Let's have a look around. See if there's anything. There's so much open space, isn't there? It's a cool little island just in the middle there. What river's this then? Like, it looks a fairly big river. The St. John River. Fair enough. So we're heading down towards Heartland and Woodstock. I don't know if that Woodstock has anything to do with, like, actual Woodstock. I'm not entirely sure what actual Woodstock is. I just hear it mentioned in, like, TV programs and shit. There's like a little town down there, then. Is that going to be Heartland, I imagine? And then Woodstock must be just there. That's Woodstock over there. So we're very, very, very close to the border. Which is, I mean, I think you've done pretty well. Like, we've managed to get all the way from Gloucester in the middle of the UK, and we're basically at the US border. Hey, Crip in the Box is back. How you doing? How is your printer setup thing? I'm not even going to pretend I know exactly what it was. Do some recording on the 3D printer motherboards. Was okay, kept flubbing my script. It'll be easier for me in the stream. Fair enough. I'm looking forward to your stream, man. We're nearly done here. I mean, it's only got, what, half an hour to go till we're on the ground. So close to crossing into the US now. Touching the border nearly. Just wait if I swap my cameras around, because the quality zoom on the iPhone 6 is pretty shit. Yeah, they're not great, to be fair. You're using the same as I do, aren't you? The NDI camera, NDX camera. NDI? I think it's NDI, isn't it? NDI HX, that's it. I knew there was an X in there somewhere. Jamie Walton, watch out for Trump's F-16s. Well, that's just it. I mean, in all honesty, do we really want to be going to the US right now? With all the shit that's going on down there, should we just turn around and go home? Should we just go back to Gloucester? Nah, can't fan. Brexit means Brexit. I mean, to be fair, when we left Gloucester, we were still part of the EU. And now we're not. A lot's happened in the however many weeks it's took me to get here. I can't help but think it would be much easier just to jump on, like, you know, British Airways or like American Airlines or something. Just jump on one of their flights if you want to get to the US. This is just a ball ache, you know what I mean? Like, can't help just booking a flight to the US is much, much easier. Apparently, we're flying over past a nature preserve at the moment, which has got the weirdest name I've ever. I thought that Narswak was a weird name. This is Mednuxekeg Valley Nature Preserve. MEDNUXEKEAG. Mednuxekeg. Come on, Canada. Really? So close now. Appreciate we're not getting to New York at this time, but next flight we will. But the fact that we get into the US, like, that's an achievement. Especially this time of year as well. Winter is literally the worst possible time to do this kind of flight, which is why it's taken so long to get to where we are. You just have to, like, hope, but you have to wait for, like, a good day where you're not going to be, like, completely iced in. Much easier in the summer. The winter route tends to take you down to, sort of down by Portugal and then down to the Azores. But then you have to tanker it from there, so we wouldn't be able to make it on one tank sort of thing. We've got nowhere to stop. Normally you'd have, like, extra tanks actually inside of the aircraft. There's some pretty weird mountain names around here. Crow Hill, Horse Mountain. In fact, we're heading down. The biggest one around. Well, the biggest one we're going to go over is after we cross into the US. Peekaboo Mountain. What a name! Peekaboo Mountain. We are getting close to that border. How close are we to Louds? 40 miles. So I think that's probably... I think Louds probably is the border. Hopefully, when we get to sort of Louds, we should be able to pick up the ATIS as well for Bangor. So we're only about 50 miles out there. Which means we can start actually planning our approach.
Type flight 1 contact Boston Center on 120.25.
There we are, we're across to American ATC. Means we're very close to the border. Boston. That's a terrible Boston accent. Some coffee. That's about the most I can do in a Boston accent. I apologise, that was fucking terrible. I will never do that again. Continue as planned, right. I think Louds might be just after the border. Because I think we are crossing any second now. Literally 3, 2, 1, and there we go. I believe that's it. That is the US. So we go, bye-bye Canada. Hello US. It looks very similar. Looks the same. I'm sure it probably is. A lot of like mountains though coming up apparently, so it would be quite nice to view. They've just overhauled all the data actually for the US and added a load more imagery. So it'll be interesting to see what this looks like. Obviously New York, when we get there, is going to look pretty stunning. That's next time. That's not this time, that's next time. That's a point. How much fuel we got? Just dropped below the 15 gallons in each tank again, so let's whack those aux pumps on. Let's get the last of the fuel out the aux pumps. Check the advisories, make sure nothing else came up. How much have we got left in the aux tanks? 6 gallons in each, so not that much. They'll be empty in no time. So we've got Grand Lake, apparently, just off to the left there. I'm literally looking at the map and trying to work out exactly where I am. This is what VFR flying is. Appreciate obviously we're doing IFR at the moment, but VFR flying is essentially this. You'll go, right, okay, so that's quite clearly Grand Lake. And then you've got Bear Island just there, and Pine Island and 5 Islands just there. So if that's that, then this road must be Route 1 that we're following down with this little lake here, right? Okay, so then you look at your charts, so you go, right, I know exactly where I am, I know exactly where I'm going, and you actually draw your line. Hey, Tommy MXR, he's here. Hello. What up? How you doing? Everyone, it's Mr. Tommy MXR. He is the man who has done the modification for this aircraft and made it into the absolute stunning thing it is now. You have not updated the mod, I see. I followed it, but I followed the thing. I haven't had an email to say there is an update for it. Damn, I didn't realise. Right, that's it. Let's scrap the stream. We're going to stop the stream, update it, start it again. I'm not. Next time. Next time. Oh, F4. Is that the shortcut to update it, is it? Oh, F4. Yeah, sure is. I genuinely didn't know there was an update. I followed it and everything on flightsim.to, and it hasn't emailed me to say, oh yeah, just to let you know, there's an update. I'm going to have a look now. What's the new update? So I think I'm still running on 0.2.6.1. So what's the update? FADEC with added combustion extinction. Run-up tests. ECUB, then ECUA, no longer both. Nice. Oh. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Right, looks like we're off doing something.
Descend and maintain 10,000 feet, night flight 1.
Lovely, we'll go 10,000 feet. We're just going to have FLC mode. We'll just bring this power back. That's going to keep us at about 100. It's going to pitch now to maintain 142 knots. So we just use the throttle to adjust our rate of descent.
Bangor Airport information. Oscar 160.
And we got the weather. Lovely.
Wind 24 tree at sight. Visibility tree. Sky condition. Few clouds at 1,000 feet. Few clouds at 4,000 feet. Few clouds.
Yep, for some reason it's defaulted to Microsoft's default weather. It's not picking up the live weather for some reason, but never mind.
Altimeter 29.902.
Right, so we've got ILS runway 33.
33 in use. Landing and departing.
2992, which we've got set anyway. And we want ILS runway 33, so I'll best get that up, eh? Get me charts up. So again, unfortunately I can't actually show them on stream, just because obviously they are linked to my company that I work for, and I can't imagine they would be too happy with me sharing the charts they pay a hell of a lot of money for on a stream.
Flight 1, contact Boston Center on 124.25.
Boston Center.
124.25 for night flight 1. Boston Center night flight 1 is out of flight level 185 for 10,000 feet.
Night flight 1 Boston Center. Continue to launch as planned.
Loads as planned. Lovely. Right. What was I doing? I was looking at the change logs, wasn't I? Weight and balance is more accurate. Vertical speed and altitude failure behave correctly. De-ice fluid can be reset. That's good. I'm happy with that. Engine indications only stop after the engine's been turning. Red load warning added. Feathering behavior improved. Fuel totalizer acts like an actual fuel totalizer. Turn plane off or use ELT to reset it. Fuel transfer rate is realistic. Gyro drift and weirdness fixed. Restore ground effect. Sitting altitude, half a degree to 1 degree nose up. Change tail incidents, neutral trim setting. Soften the suspension. White nav light change. Improve autopilot PIDs, including instruction for thrust bug. Nice. I will definitely be updated to that then. As soon as I the gyro fix is because of you. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I'll definitely be updated to that as soon as I finish this flight. I'll get it updated. I'm good. I didn't see the email come through to tell me it was there was an update released. I had the one for the CJ4 because I was trying that the other day after you mentioned about it. Talk about the gyro drift. It does. It's a bit odd. I don't know why it does it, but hey, if you fixed it, thank you very much. Right, let's go through this then. So we've got Bangor International charts. The chart I'm using was effective the 20th of June 2019. As far as I'm aware, it's the most up-to-date one I've got. We've got the ILS for 3.3, which is what we're expecting. For the nav, the ILS is on 109.5. You know what, we'll set it on nav 2 as well, so it's there, just in case anything was to happen. The heading Bergen autopilot uses vacuum gyro powered by the engine. Oh, for fuck's sake, seriously? Yeah, because the drift's massive at times as well, which is understandable, but yeah, at least it's working, so thank you for sorting that. And then we'll set the Bangor VOR as our backup, 114.8. 114.8 and 114.8 in there. Lovely. Let's set our minimums. We actually need to set the procedure as well in here, so I'm expecting ILS 33. Oh, no. ILS 33. D to reset your gyro. Oh, okay. That makes sense. So now hopefully then. Yeah, perfect. That was like 90 degrees off earlier. And now that is absolutely perfect. So that's all it was. It's just gyro drift. Which we obviously assumed it was, but I didn't know you could fix that. It's the fact, obviously, the DI on the G1000, that obviously just sits there, so... transition of ELSA. Lovely. Let's load that in there then. We won't activate it just yet, because we're not going there yet. Still got us going to louds at the moment. Which is fine, that's what we want. We'll activate it once we actually get the clearance. HSR and the G1000 is correct. Yeah, makes sense, it would be.
Descend and maintain 3,000 feet. Expect ILS runway 33 approach by an Alpha transition. Cleared to altitude.
Right, there we go. So,
Flight 1047 miles northeast of Bangor. Contact Bangor Tower on 120.7 when inbound.
Tower on 120.7, night flight 1. Bangor Tower, night flight 146 miles northeast, inbound ILS runway 33 approach. Night flight 1, Bangor Tower. Cleared ILS runway 33 approach.
cleared for the ILS 40 odd miles out. It's obviously a quiet day. Surprised the plane can even fly a radial in ILS with that. I didn't, like, it's mad how far out it goes. So we were cleared down to 3,000 feet, which is our final approach point. It's not actually, no, sorry. Our final, it's our initial fix even for ELSA, for the ILS runway 33. We're cleared to ELSA now. So it's not giving me the option to activate the approach, but I can just activate it here. Let's go heading mode for a minute. It's taking us... what is it doing? My heading's not changing now, apparently. What's going on there? Seems to have... This could be interesting. The G1000 has completely frozen it. Okay, no problem. Let's get the airport direction. We'll go visual. We've got our standby instruments.
Night flight 1 airport is 10 o'clock, 42 miles.
Try to turn the avionics master off and on again. That should give us the autopilot back. Heading mode. Altitude's still going down nicely. Our speed's still good. What are the odds of that? Typical. It's just completely gone. I can bring that up. Can't do anything though. Can't actually see anything. Well, like I said, our standby instruments work, so we can use those. I'm trying to work out, is this screen working? Okay, so our MFD works, it's just our PFD which is gone. That doesn't do anything, okay. No problem. We can see we're heading in roughly the right direction. Let's see if we can... Oh, okay, that's broke it. Yep, no, that broke it. That was a mistake. No problem. Looks like we're going to go visual. It's a nice day. We're going visual.
Bangor Tower Night Flight 1 is unfamiliar with the area.
Make sure we're going the right way.
Directions to the airport. Night Flight 1 airport is 12 o'clock, 36 miles.
36 miles. Right, so let's have a look. We're going to be down at 3,000 feet long before then. That's fine. Let's get the fuel pump. Ooh, let's get the fuel pumps on. Let's get the landing lights on. Luckily, my map still works, so... If we, let's have a look. I've got my little map here. I'll have to just use that to get us there. I can probably... I was hoping I might be able to sort the autopilot out with that. It is in VMC, so the only issue is now is trying to find the airport. It's not great having to use the backup instruments. Should give you a vector and not a relative direction. Yeah, I wish they did. Rather than say, oh, 1 o'clock, that's great, but I want to know, like... Give me a track to follow. So you get to view a mini in-flight emergency here. You didn't get that on other streams. Semi-emergency. Not really an emergency. A nuisance. Turn those off anyway, because we know the tanks are empty. Right, we're going to go full VFR here then. So let's have a look. The airport, what's the elevation at Bangor? What is the elevation at Bangor? I've lost it on my chart. 163 feet. Get me charts up, so runway 33. In fact, if we follow that river, that river will take us pretty much next to the runway. This is quite exciting now, isn't it? We've got no instruments, we've just got our little backup instrument down here. A little backup artificial horizon. Speed, altitude. Let's see if I can do this without fucking it up. Proper dead reckoning, yeah. Right. Annoyingly, I can't even cancel IFR and just has to... oh, I can cancel IFR. Alright, you know what? Let's do this properly. Let's cancel IFR. We're going to fly in, we're going to do a circuit, and we're going to land.
Flight plan is canceled. Maintain VFR. Fly left traffic runway 33. Altimeter 29.902.
Make left traffic runway 33 night flight 1.
Lovely. So we're on the dead side. And as we can see, we know what was it? It was 1,100. It was 167 feet. So let's go down to like 1,200 feet. That's gonna be interesting. We'll just set that down. Just like whatever that is. I can't see. Redoing my cross-country solo in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Be alright. You can do it a bit quicker. 120 horsepower instead of 80. Oh, it's been. I'm not alright. If this goes horribly wrong, I apologise to everybody because, as you can see, my instruments are completely fucked. So I'm doing this completely visual in an area I don't know, where I haven't got charts. I literally have Google Maps. Right, let's turn to go down this river. Let's turn heading mode on. Head sort of southish down the river. At least this is about the most I can do. I can still see what that's set to. Altitude I can't, but the airfield's at 1,000 is at 167. Have you tried turning them off and on again? Nah, there's no fun in that. How far away is the airport? That's the question.
Bangor Tower night flight 1 is unfamiliar with the area. Request directions to the airport.
Night flight 1 airport is 1 o'clock 17 miles.
17 miles, lovely. We're just coming past 4,100 feet now. It's not going to be the prettiest. Definitely. I can't even see how much power I'm using, so it's going to be completely on feel here. Right, we're just going past now what are the outskirts of Bangor. Hopefully, you should be able to see the airport soon. Shout out if you see it. It's out there somewhere. Is that it? That better not. No, that's not it. That's so fucking hell. I panicked then. I thought that was it. That's Jewett Field. So we should have a bit of water on our left. Let's keep an eye on that altitude. 2,000 feet. Let's just level it off there for a minute. Let's turn the get the autopilot off. Let's just level out there. Oh, these are not the controls I want to be using as well. They're still really sensitive. Keep that speed down. I told you my stream would get more exciting. Still looking for the bloody airfield. It's past that water. It's like here somewhere. Ah, there it is. That looks like an airfield to me. Look at it. It's huge. It's got to be that. Well, he did say make left traffic, which is very much an Americanism. Right, what I'm going to do is turn this music off. So I apologise for turning the chill music off. But I can't hear a bloody thing, so... We're holding about 120 knots, about 2,000 feet. Insert dramatic music. That's actually in the checklist, to insert dramatic music. I'm gonna follow the river. I know you said make left traffic, but you know, we're priority traffic. So we're going in however the fuck we like.
Beep, beep, motherfucker!
Luna Downs Twitch, thank you for the follow. Right, we're clear to land. Lovely. Fucking hell. So we've got busted instruments. We're running off our standby instruments. Trying to land at an airfield I've never been to before. Oh, fuck off, mate. Busy. Concentrating. Let's start getting that descent down. Let's get the landing gear out. Speed's okay. Okay, we're just on like an extended base now. Check the compass. Runway 33 is definitely that one. We're happy with that. get the first stage of flaps down. I don't even know where the fucking start of the runway is. We're very high at the moment, but that's fine. Watching that speed. Still nice and high. But we're on speed, so that's fine. We can deal with that. It's a nice long runway, so it doesn't matter we're a bit high. Oh, dramatic music's ended. Probably for the best, to be honest. I appreciate this isn't the neatest of, you know, base turns to final, but without track IR or anything, it's bloody hard to keep moving the moving the camera. Right, we've gone full flaps now. Pappies are coming in. Don't want to descend too low. Lovely. We're down. We made it. Somehow, we made that. We're even at the right airport and everything. Let's get that up ready. I didn't expect that to happen, to be honest. Alright, we'll turn next taxiway, relax. Slow down a bit, we're going a little bit quick there.
Night flight 1 contact ground on 121.9er.
Round on 1219, right.
121.9er, night flight 1.
To the parking, please. To engineering is where I want to go, please.
Night flight 1 taxi to general aviation parking via taxiway Alpha.
Taxiing
Okay, I
to
can
general
tell you now
aviation
from looking at my
parking
chart
via
it's not
taxiway
Alpha.
Night flight 1.
Right, we're off the runway. Let's get the pitot heat off. Let's get the flaps up.
Woo, yeah, you are the best. Great landing. 9/10 would fly with you again.
Thank you very much for that, Jamie Walton. Thank you for the bits and for the message. I'm glad you were happy with the landing. Where was I? Flaps are up. Fuel pumps can go off. Probably look where I'm going. This is the problem. Not having track IR does make this very difficult. De-icing is off. Landing and taxi light can go off. Right, that's all we need to do for now. Let's park this thing. And that is how you deal with an emergency. You sit there, you go, oh shit, that's not working. Right, okay, let's deal with this. And then when you go to the pub later, you tell all your mates, oh yeah, complete failure. Engine was on its way out, you know. You're never honest that, oh, it's just the screens stopped working. If I just told you the screen stopped working, it'd be boring, wouldn't it? Right, where's me man? There he is. Lovely. We're parked. Start the stopwatch. Right, well, here we are. We're here. We've made it. We are in Bangor. That guy needs a name. What's his name? Someone make a poll on what his name can be. Steve Dave. Steve... Is that Steve or Dave, or is that his name? Is Steve Dave? Right, we've parked up. Parking brake set. The power lever's max 10% for 1 minute. We've started the timer. We're already 30 seconds in because I'm chatting shit. The ELT, that's not activated. The engine system page. Right, we can't check that. Can't take down the total time. The avionics master can go off. Electrical consumers. Let's turn the position lights off. We don't need those on anymore. 10 seconds and we can shut the engines down. 3, 2, 1. Lovely. That's been a minute. Because we don't know what, obviously, we don't know what percentage we were at. We may have been more than 10%. We may have been less than 10% on the taxi in there. So it's just safe. Let's just do it as 10%. This flight's been a bit shit. In terms of problems on this flight, we had no live weather. It lost connection goddamn many times. My OBS broke. And then this. I mean, thank you everyone for sticking with me. Because, yeah. As far as streams go, this one I imagine was pretty shit. But, one name, Steve Dave or Jeff. Right, okay. Let's do this. My name's Jeff. There we go. Everybody, you've got 1 minute. We have a poll. Feel you can all vote for what this man's name's going to be. Put a little bit of music on while we wait. Oh, it's 50-50 so far. Still 50-50. Guys, you can't leave it at 50-50. Oh, Steve Dave's just edging out ahead. I think that's it. I think that might be it. There we go. Crip in a box. You contributed 1,800. You could have used those points to make me hand fly this fucker for most of the flight. Yeah, you chose it just to choose Steve Dave as the name. Right, okay, so there we go. The ground crew is called Steve Dave. If we turn these back on, right, I'm just going to turn these back. No, they're still... Okay, so there you go, Jamie. Turn them off and on again. We have 11 people watching and 20 votes. 11 people watching me argue with Crip in a Box about him wasting 1,800 channel points. And they're not channel points, they're air miles. Yeah, so turn it off and on again. Didn't fix it. I think it needs a full reset of the sim. Well, there we go. We have now made it. We have rigged election. Alright, Trump, calm down. We won this by a landslide. I can't. My Trump's gone. I can normally do a Trump. I haven't got into it. I need to warm up with a China. There we go. We have made it to the States. We have managed to take a DA62 from a little airfield in Gloucestershire in the UK. We have taken it up, all the way up to Scotland. That wasn't all the way up, was it? It wasn't really that far. We've took it to Scotland, we've took it to Iceland, we've took it to Greenland, took it to Canada, and now we've made it to Bangor in Maine. So we've got one more to do, because the goal was New York. We've got one more to do down to Newark. I might even try it with VATSIM, as I imagine it's going to be quite busy around there, which will be quite interesting to see. And Mr. Tommy MXR, yes, I will definitely update to the new one. Because next time, I'll tell you what, next time I'll even check that there isn't an update before I do it. So, thank you everyone who's watched. Thank you to everyone who's stuck with me for all these flights as well, because there's been a lot of them. I appreciate they're not the most interesting of flights some of the times when it's just quietness, which is why we got the music. But here we go, we're here. And yeah, that's it. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to end the stream. We'll stick it on the ending page, and then we'll do a raid. We'll go raid. I don't think Crip in a Box is streaming yet, is he? So we'll go raid another Firing Blanks community member, which is Oscar Rock, who's currently, I believe, doing some music editing. Oh, you're about to start. Dan, if you start, do you want me to do Oscar? Right, we'll do Oscar. We'll raid Oscar. Let's end this stream, and then we'll raid Oscar. Thank you, everyone, for sticking with me. I hope you enjoyed it. Hope to see you all for the next one, whenever that is.